Opiven, please give the chairperson's chair, please. Thank you. Please give me the chairperson's camera, Opiven. Chairperson's chair. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Brown.
Good morning.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm very well, thank you. And you?
I'm fine. Reverend Stemela from the State Capture Commission.
Good morning, Reverend.
I'm sitting on the green chair where the chairperson sits, but I just want you to quickly just adjust your device so that you can clearly at least see your head and shoulders. You can just adjust your device for us or move a little bit back. Much better. That's better. Thank you so kindly. Thank you so kindly, ma'am. Looks much better.
Is it right?
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay.
Camera 2, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. We'll start shortly.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr. Seleke. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Ms. Brown.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you. Good morning to your legal team. Good morning to everybody. I must just once again thank you, Ms. Brown, for making yourself available on a public holiday. Must thank your legal team for their cooperation so that we could have this session on a public holiday. I must thank Mr. Seleke and his team, the technicians, the commission staff, everybody for making it possible for us to sit even on a public holiday. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Seleke.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Ms. Brown, the oath you took on Friday will continue to apply today. Is that all right?
Okay.
Okay.
That's quite good.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Seleke.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Brown, when we adjourned last time dealing with the composition of the subcommittees, I will come back to a particular aspect of it in due course, but I wish to ask you this. You are aware that the Funduzi report, the Funduzi has made an investigation into some of the emails exchanged between info portal email address and Ms. Kim Davids. You're aware
Yes,
of,
I'm aware of it.
and they've produced a report that shows extensive exchange of emails between Ms. Davids and InfoPortal in regard to CVs of persons that ultimately became appointed either to the board or including, in this case, Mr. Richard Seleke, who gets to be appointed at the DPE as a DG. I understand you've seen that report.
Yes, I've answered the questions and I also put in an affidavit on that matter.
Yes. I have read your affidavit. I see that your response is in regard to denying knowledge that Ms. Davids was acting on either on your instruction or with your knowledge in exchanging those emails.
I said that in my affidavits, yes.
Yes. But I think what is not dealt with in your affidavit is the very fact of her having communicated and received CVs from this email address of InfoPortal, which is presumed to be the email address of Mr. Salim Essa. What is your comment on that?
My comment on any emails received by Ms. Davis would have to go to the Legal and Governance Unit. So she wouldn't send the emails to me. She'll send it directly to the Legal and Governance Unit. And the Legal and Governance Unit will then sift through those emails. Now, we've had many walk-ins and people phoning to say, can we apply? And all I've ever, well, personally, I've said, just contact the number on the advert or contact my office.
Are you saying to the chairperson you would not have been aware that she was receiving CVs of would-be board members from this email address, InfoPortal?
Yes.
There is one email which one also finds in the Funduzi report, in which she writes, and this is in regard to...
Do you want to tell me where to find that first?
Yes, Chair. That you will find, Ms. Brown, in ESCOM Bundle 7, for hard copies, Chairperson, is 7(b) on page 1140.
Is that 1140?
1140, yes, in ESCOM Bundle 7. Are you there?
Yes. Who should contact in InfoPortal? Yeah, up here.
Yeah, that will be under 14, paragraph 14.9, with a heading appointment of Giovanni Leonardi at ESCOM.
Yes.
So the report says, we determined that on 16 April 2015, Davids forwarded an email titled CV for DPE database from Kim Davids at DPE to ANC. They give their full email address. Attached to the email was Giovanni Leonardi's CV. We further determined that on the same day, 16 April 2016, David sent an email to infoportal1@zoho.com stating, FYI below, send me please an answer for ma'am to revert to this below. Much appreciated. Kind regards, Kim Davids. Then, paragraph 14.9.3 says, we noted that infoportal1@zoho.com responded to David's email by stating that, will do, please give me till noon. David's responded to the email by stating, okay, thanks very much, Kim Davids. The report carries on. We determined that Giovanni Leonardi was appointed onto the ESCOM board during Minister Brown's tenure as DPE minister. Then they refer to an exchange within the department. And 14.9.6 says, in the email, Davids indicated that, as discussed with Minister Brown and her direction, the following was the ESCOM board nominations for cabinet memorandum.
And Miriam Kasim and Leonardi Giovanni is included there.
Yes, that's correct. But what appears from the report is that the discussion with you, which she says she had in this email, follows after the exchange of emails between her and Infoportal in regard to the composition of, in this case, certain boards, SA Express, Denel, and ESCOM. The question is, did she come to you with a list of proposals for composition of these boards?
There was a fellow, the Giovanni issue, I remember quite clearly. When she said, how would you feel about having a foreign person on the board? So I said, well, it's not excluded. And I, for all intents and purposes, thought that CV was given to her by the chair of Transnet. And even though it was given to her by the chair of Transnet, it still had to go through the process of legal and governance. And so in my mind, her bringing me that board, I don't remember Miriam Kasim in the way you're putting it, as if Miriam Kasim and Leonardi Giovanni were brought at the same time. But I do remember that Leonardi Giovanni was an electrical engineering with international experience, which I was very happy with. But I don't remember bringing me a list of anybody, because I don't really take a page from anyone. You've got to bring me a decision memo. Then that's the only time I actually really considered. Because as I said to you before, I firstly, let me also just say, I don't know who Infoportal is. Yes. When I heard about Infoportal, and at some point it was linked to my former DG, I went to him and I asked him, is Infoportal your address? And he said no. I never considered that anybody else was having any contact with Infoportal or Portal at the time. And I can't remember much about the Funduzi report because they asked me a number of questions. And the answers I gave them to the questions were that I did not know which names and who. I mean, because they mentioned particular names or particular incidents, and I don't have any knowledge of that.
Yes. Could you please explain to the chairperson, how would you have gathered that the CV was obtained from the chairperson of Transnet, the CV of Mr. Giovanni?
Because that's the one CV she did bring to me. And she told, Ms. Davis told me that the chairperson of Transnet, her name escapes me now, Ms. Mabaso, gave her that email.
I see. But you would have seen from the Funduzi report that the findings are different.
Well, from the Funduzi report, I saw post my departure from the department. I didn't see the Funduzi report before that. In fact, I didn't, when I read through the report, the fact that it wasn't a signed off report, the fact that the report made assumptions based on a whole number of assumptions without asking me specifically about those, because they had access to me. They sent me a list of questions and I answered the list of questions. And that was the first time that I saw info portal within my ministry.
Yes.
It was the first time that I actually saw it.
Yes. What I'm only saying is, I'm not suggesting that you would have seen it at the time, but I'm saying insofar as the aspect of where the CV of Mr. Giovanni came from, just that aspect, you would have seen from the Funduzi report that the finding is different. They make a finding that the CV came from Info Portal.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
The Funduzi report was quite a long report, and I must be very frank, when I didn't see a signature on the report, I didn't read the detail of the report. I looked for my stuff and I responded to my stuff in the affidavit I put to you.
The report goes further to say in regard to Mr. Giovanni that there is no evidence that he was subjected to a shortlisting, screening, and vetting process as required by the department. What is your comment on that?
It's untrue. Unless the department said that they didn't feel that they should not vet him. But in my mind, I believe that everybody who goes through the process gets vetted, because I get a decision memo that says the following people, this has happened, they've been vetted, and these are the people who will go through the process. I have to say that the only ever time where somebody was not vetted before they were appointed was when I appointed the 2018 board. Prior to that, the decision memo did not bring me a list of people who were not vetted, or they didn't tell me that those people were not vetted. And people were vetted to such an extent that there were really good candidates who had, and I remember this one very well, without remembering the person's name, who had car fines, speeding fines, outstanding, and they couldn't get onto the board. So I don't believe that they were not vetted unless somebody says so.
Well, the Funduzi report says so.
Oh, I don't know if look, I think the Funduzi report is an interesting report. It makes a whole range of assumptions without actually giving factual information about it. I didn't think we were doing the Funduzi report this morning because I would have prepared differently for it. But just off the top of my head, it intended, the Funduzi report makes assumptions like the emails. They say, this email went to Kim Davids from this number, and therefore the minister was supposed to know that. They make about 15 of those comments. The assumption is that I check Ms. Davids' email every day and check who she gets emails from. I don't, and I didn't. I had no reason at that time to believe I should.
Yes. Well, putting aside...
I'm sorry, Mr. Seleke. Ms. Brown, you have said that you didn't understand that you would be questioned on the Funduzi report today, and if you knew, you would have prepared. Now, I don't know what Mr. Seleke has to say, but if that is the position and if it didn't fall within what was arranged as the issues that you would be questioned on from Friday, then maybe what we'll do is say, answer as far as you are able to, but where you are not able to answer without having refreshed your memory, then we can take it from there. Mr. Seleke, you would like to say something about what Ms. Brown said?
Yes, Chair. These are issues arising from the questions that were sent to Ms. Brown.
Yeah.
She's dealt with them in her affidavit in a particular way.
Yes.
For instance, like we pointed out, and she says, what she has denied in her affidavit is her knowledge of Ms. Kim Davids communicating with.
Yeah.
But she doesn't deal with the fact that there is that communication. And it is only to that extent that I'm trying to bring to her attention and hear what her comment is.
Does that mean that questions on the Funduzi report, as far as you are concerned, fall within the scope of what she was to be asked about from Friday?
Oh, on the ESCOM or exchange,
On the ESCOM.
insofar as the composition of the ESCOM board is concerned and the subcommittees.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Okay. Ms. Brown, Mr. Seleke says he believes that insofar as the Funduzi report refers to the composition of the ESCOM boards, he believes that fell within the scope of what you were to deal with from Friday. Is that your understanding as well?
That's not, I don't mind answering the questions,
Yes,
Chair, because
yeah.
I have put it in the affidavit. The
Okay.
issue is
Yeah.
that today, in my mind,
Yeah.
we would probably end up somewhere with the suspension of the executives, even though I think I've
Yes.
clarified the matter.
Yeah.
The removal of Tsotsi
Yeah.
and Baloy, the secondment of Malefi and Anuj Singh,
Yeah.
and then being questioned on the affidavit.
Yes.
Now, in my mind, the affidavit is the supplementary affidavit
Yeah.
that I had to answer on. and the issues arising from it. I don't mind answering the questions.
Yes.
As long as Mr. Seleke accepts my answer to the questions as well.
Well, accept your answer is another thing, but I think what we'll do is you will answer as much as possible and to the best of your ability, depending on when we finish and depending whether how far we have gone on this issue, we might see what can be done, because it would be good if we could use today's time as much as possible. But
Yes.
let's see how it goes. Okay, all right, Mr. Seleke.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Davis, what the Funduzi report or investigation report shows, and this is really what one seeks to bring to your attention, is that apparent from the emails exchanged with Ms. King-Davids, it would appear that an outside third party, outside of government, outside of SOEs, had a hand in influencing who gets to be appointed on committees of SOEs. Your comment on that?
You mean on boards? Or do you mean on committees?
On both the boards and the committees, because if you tie this report with Mr. Tsotsi's version of, and I'm putting that to you, not because I'm saying that's what happened, but I'm just saying Mr. Tsotsi's version of Salim Essa sending him a list. So you have his version, and you have what you see here in the Funduzi report of emails exchanged between Info Portal and Ms. King-Davids. The picture emerges that an outside person is influencing decision-making of who sits on the boards and who sits on subcommittees. Your comment?
As I told you before, unless proven differently by yourself, Mr. Seleke, Advocate Seleke, unless proven differently, my recollection of what happens in the appointment of boards is very simple. Now, for some odd reason, somebody said that they had a database, and I'm taking you through so that I can answer your questions. They had a database, but I insisted that the database must be opened. Now, I would only know that the database can be reopened if I knew that that was something that was viably possible. So the database then gets open, because I tried to work out why you were asking the question you were asking me yesterday or the day before. And so whatever CV, even if it comes from the president, that CV still has to go through to the Legal and Governance Unit. The Legal and Governance Unit looks at it. It then has a separate body, a separate company, vetting all of the candidates, and the list of people who eventually come to me are all part of the list.
Yeah.
And they then become part of the list. So it doesn't matter who sends the email, or who sends the CV, or who sends the name. The issue is it has to go through the Legal and Governance Unit. Not Not once did the Legal and Governance Unit tell me that they did not vet anyone. It was one day in 2018 that I phoned the Legal and Governance Unit person, Ms. Ratman, and I said to her, we are adding these 3 names because that came from another meeting with the President and Deputy President. That was the only time ever I processed a board without it being vetted before by the Legal and Governance Unit. So in my mind, the Legal and Governance Unit has almost the final say on it.
Just bear in mind that the Commission is investigating. So these questions are meant to help us determine where the truth lies. Yeah.
Yes.
Insofar as Ms. Davids would have said to you, the CV came from the chairperson of Transnet, can you recall who was the chairperson of Transnet at the time?
I said Ms. Mabaso.
Mabaso. Did you confirm with her that she sent that CV to you?
No,
No.
I didn't at all because Chair, Mr. Advocate Seleke,
Yes.
the point is those CVs had to go through a process. It didn't matter who the people were. They still had to go through the Legal and Governance Unit process.
Okay.
And this process took a long time. That's what's in what nobody in my 4 years as a minister came and told me that they were what you're telling me today, that Giovanni Leonardi Giovanni was not vetted or didn't go through the process.
Let's move on.
So, as I understand the position, Ms. Brown, what you are saying is you gave instructions that the pool or database be opened up so that more people could have the opportunity of being considered for appointments to various boards. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And the process was, or the pool was then opened up. And once that had happened, anybody and everybody could send his or her CV or someone else's CV to the department for consideration to be included in some or other board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your evidence is that it was the responsibility of the Legal and Governance Unit within the department to vet everyone whose name or CV was to be sent to you, to ensure that by the time such a person's name was sent to you to consider to appoint, they would have been vetted. Is that right?
I'm not sure if everybody who comes through the process, look, Chair, I'm not meaning to demean any profession, but people who were hairdressers also applied. So very often they were not. This is my assumption.
They didn't go beyond a certain stage.
They go beyond what criteria has been set up by, I sign off on the criteria. So I sign off on the criteria. There are thousands and thousands of people who come. If my memory serves me well too, Chair, I also remember them saying that the database is old and stale, that it's people, and that other ministers before me have also advertised. So the advertising I also got to know about in the department, but that's just an aside. So the people who would be vetted, I think, and I really do think they would only be the people who actually met the criteria for any of the 6 boards that were in my
Your portfolio.
yes, in my portfolio.
Yes, but I think what you are saying is in line with what I was
Yes,
saying, namely, on your understanding, the legal and governance unit of the department had a duty to make sure that nobody's name was sent to you who had not been vetted.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, there may be people whose CVs they received that they might not have vetted. You might not have issues with that as long as they don't send them to you without vetting them.
Yes.
So that's the point that's part of the point you are making. And if you appointed anybody who had not been vetted, you are saying that you would have assumed that they'd been vetted because that's what the legal and governance unit in your department was supposed to have done. And if they didn't vet somebody for any particular reason, you would have expected them to bring that to your attention before you could appoint that person. Is that right?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Seleke.
Thank you, Chair. And then, Ms. Davis, we see that it's not only in respect of the board and subcommittees that info portal features, but also in respect of the appointment of Mr. Richard Seleke. And that, just for reference purposes, is on page 1143 of bundle 7.
Is that the bundle we're still on?
That's correct. Page 1143, you will see there's paragraph 14.12, which is appointment of board members at Alesco. And below that big paragraph, you have appointment of Richard Seleke at DPE.
It's actually quite a tragedy, I have to say to you, that, because if you'd like me to, I can tell you how Richard Seleke was appointed.
Yes, please, we want you to tell the chairperson.
So, that Funduzi report says that and I think they say I can't remember, but they say I postponed 2 meetings until Richard Seleke's CV arrives.
Okay.
And I mean,
Can I assist you there?
you can correct me if I'm saying the wrong, because I haven't read it for a while.
Yes, it's about the advert. The position of DG in the DPE was advertised, and it was for the first time around. The advert the appointment wasn't made, and it was said that there was non-compliance with the Department of Public services guidelines or requirements. Ms. Mokolo testified about this as well.
Let me tell you what happened, because
Yes,
I
please.
was there. There was a meeting on a Friday late afternoon, and the composition of the people who make the appointments, they are 2 ministers, your deputy minister, a DG, and the full complement of the HR department. On that Friday, the ministers who were supposed to come did not attend. So I postponed the meeting. And it was actually only one meeting that I postponed. They say I postponed 2 meetings until the 3rd meeting. My preferred choice as DG was the person who was acting DG. Worked very closely with me, I thought, was very close to understanding the issues around state-owned companies in the way that I understood it. And so she was my preferred choice. However, she fell out of the first advert that was placed because she did not meet all the criteria. And if my memory serves me well, then the criteria that she did not meet was that she still had to do a module or 2 modules, I don't know how many modules, but she still had to do a module. And I remember still asking her, can you not get to do that module before the appointment? And I can tell you the reason why I felt so strongly about her was because she understood the portfolio that we were in. She was there for a very long time. Then I re-advertised, and there were 2 people who got shortlisted, and I didn't know that Seleke's CV came through that email address. I still don't know that. Because I don't know whose email address that is. Because remember, I said earlier that I asked him when he became my DG, is that your email address? And he said no. So I got the then Minister Oliphant, Mildred Oliphant, and he's still a minister now, Tulas Nesi. And it was I can't remember who the DG was, and I can't remember if my deputy minister was present. And we had 2 applicants. We had many applicants for the job, but there were no natural fit, or even not natural fit, even close enough fit for us to appoint a DG for the department. And largely to do with things like no understanding of the public service, no understanding of state-owned companies, not a developmental economist. It was those kinds of areas. Even a lawyer, I think, would have helped, but we didn't get people like that to apply. Then the advert went out for a 2nd time, and then 2 people were, at this time, Ms. Mukololo actually withdrew her nomination, and we made a decision. We then met as that group of ministers, and we made a decision for Richard Seleke. So that's my recollection of the whole event. And it was to do with an advert that went out and a response to the advert. That's how I understood it.
Yes. So
Was the, I'm sorry, was one of the requirements in the first advert, maybe also in the second advert, in terms of academic qualifications, that the candidates needed to have a senior degree or a master's? In other words, was a junior degree and not enough, or what was the position, if you can recall?
I can't actually remember, Chair, but I think that you had to have at least probably a
Postgraduate.
first degree.
Yeah, yeah. I think it.
You know, I think it's quite a high-end job, and so you had to have a post. Let me not.
I think Mr. Seleke has
speculate on what I think, but this is just what I think would be.
No, I think Mr. Seleke has got the relevant document. What were the requirements?
That's correct, Chair. This advert is of the closing date is 13 February 2015. The requirements for the job, it's an appropriate postgraduate qualification, at least 10 years of experience in relevant senior management positions, preferably in the public sector, an appropriate postgraduate qualification. Then there's the second one, if I may, Chair. The second one, the closing date is the 23rd of September 2015. The requirements are a relevant degree. An appropriate postgraduate qualification will be an added advantage, plus minimum 10 years experience in relevant senior management positions, preferably in the public sector. So that's the distinction between the two.
So is my understanding correct that in terms of the first advert, a postgraduate degree was an essential requirement,
Correct.
but in regard to the second advert, a postgraduate degree was a recommendation.
Correct, Chair.
It was no longer an essential requirement.
Correct, Chair. It would have been an added advantage.
Yes. Does that accord with your recollection, Ms. Brown?
It doesn't, but it could have. I mean, I don't see why it should change, but it could mean that we had so few applicants who actually, and now remember, I've had acting DG and a Public Service Commission was on my back on this one, that after a year, I mean, she should be appointed, but then she does not have the requisite qualification for it. So in some respects, and I know that she, the candidate, the person involved actually spoke quite much about it. And so I didn't realize that she was hurt to such an extent by the fact that she did not make it. But let me get back to the qualifications. I don't actually have a recollection of that, but I'm kind of thinking that it might be that we were not able to have, we were not getting the requisite people to apply. So a postgrad would be beneficial, and but you know, a degree is what we are expecting from you. So that might be so, but I can't say that I can stand on my head here and tell you that this is just my view.
No, that's fine. It's just that if the second advert relaxed the academic qualifications a bit compared to the first one, and therefore no longer made a postgraduate degree an essential requirement, it would mean that even if your preferred candidate didn't have had not completed her postgraduate degree, she would be eligible to be considered. And of course, I would imagine that if somebody else had a postgraduate degree and which she didn't have, maybe she was left with only one module, but taken together with her experience in the department and her acting stint of about a year, I think you said, she might well have been considered to be, you know, the most suitable candidate, despite not having a postgraduate degree. Now, I mentioned that being alive to the fact that you said she withdrew her application. So I am alive to that, but I'm just saying it's interesting that first a postgraduate degree was required, and then in the second advert she withdrew, even though the requirements had been relaxed. But I don't know now whether she withdrew before the second advert went out or after. But she was no longer a candidate, but she would have been eligible to be considered at least. If there was
I don't think so, Chair. I think if my memory serves me well, and you know, I would really like, I'm saying my memory must serve me well, but I think she was also in the public service for 8 years and not 10. I think if I faulted in anything is that I wrote, if I were to have a hand in writing that second advert, then because Seleke has a postgrad.
Yes.
But if I had a hand I could have said, but why don't we relax? We now have an expert. The only problem with this expert is that she doesn't meet criteria. And that the criteria actually is more a barrier to us having a good candidate than it is a barrier to us having a poor candidate. She's a good candidate, and I might have, I don't know if I interfered in the writing of that
Second advert.
Advert. But I must tell you, honestly, she was my preferred candidate. I still think she is one of the best people who understand state-owned companies. And so I still think that. But I think she didn't qualify for it. And then the other fellow, within that meeting that we were in with the two ministers, the DG, and so on, Seleke actually performed much better than the other candidates, and a number of other issues. But I mean, just on that alone.
Yes, okay. Mr. Seleke?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Brown, when we go back to this report where they talk about the CV of Mr. Seleke being exchanged with Ms. King-Davids, paragraph 1748. Well, I can start at 1747, which reads, we determined that on 21 June 2015, blueberries.slk@gmail sent an email to info portal titled Richard CV stating the following. Evening, sir. Please find attached my CV and supporting documents. Regards, Richard. Then 1748 says, we determined that on the same date, 21 June 2015, info portal 1@zoho.com forwarded Richard Seleke's CV to David's on email address ankimwc@gmail stating, hi madam, as per sir, this is the candidate for DG. Is it possible for him to meet madam on Tuesday? Now this is in June 2015. The closing date for the first advert has long closed in February 2015. You are yet to advertise in September 2015. The CV is sent in the middle of the year, and there's a request. Well, an indication, this is the candidate for DG, and a request to meet with madam on Tuesday. Could the meeting with madam be referenced to yourself?
I don't know. I received a request from Mr. Seleke himself,
To meet with
asking if he could have a word with, if he could speak to me about it, and I took along I don't know if an official or an advisor, to have a conversation with him. I didn't get all that stuff that you're speaking about now.
Yeah.
I received a letter from him, or not a letter, yes, a letter actually, from him asking to meet with me. It took a long time before I did, because there were lots and lots of requests like that, and other requests, but I did eventually meet him. And it was out of my head until the issue came to me having to appoint candidates for, or having to approve candidates for the appointment of DG.
Can you recall when was the meeting?
Oh,
I mean,
I don't.
which year, which time in the year?
I can't tell you. It's 2015. I'm sure it's in 2015 somewhere. That's at least 6 years ago. And it was a very short meeting. I met him, had a coffee, said to him, please put in your CV, you sound fantastic, what I'll say to anybody else as well, and put in your CV, and then I've forgotten about it until I saw it in the questions of Funduzi.
Do you recall whether the reason why he wanted to meet with you was to indicate that he was considering making himself available for consideration as a candidate for DG?
Yes, I think that could be the reason.
Yes.
I think that's the logical, for me, that would be a logical explanation.
Yes.
He might not have a conversation with me to say, look, I really want to be the DG of this and that and so on. In a short while after I've met, and I think this applies to most people, after I meet somebody, I sort of assess what it is that they want to talk about, because people often say, I'd like to speak to you about the economy, or I'd like to speak to you about my relationship with ESCOM or something. Now, some of the people I meet and I call them into the office, most meetings happen in my office. But I remember that he came downstairs and couldn't get into the building for some odd reason. And I said, just meet me at the coffee shop, I'm walking down. And I did that. I think that's what I did, because it's a long time ago. But I didn't go alone. I actually went with, I think, an advisor, because it was in Cape Town. So my officials at that time were not necessarily in Cape Town with me. So I went with an advisor.
Well, I guess you're probably right that he must have wanted to talk to you about the possibility of him making himself available, because you say you told him to put in his application or CV. So that seems to tie in with a discussion about the position. Would you accept that?
But not the central part of the discussion. The central part of the discussion, and that's why I'm saying to you that it probably led to that. And I say, put your application in.
So you.
But I agree with Chair. I'm agreeing with you.
Yes, but is the point you are making that the purpose of the meeting might have been something else, and the issue of him making himself available for the position of DG might have come in at the end of the discussion?
Yes,
Is
it was
that
something
right?
like that. It wasn't as straightforward as I'd like to be the new DG.
Yeah. So, but you can't remember what the main point was that he wanted to canvass with you.
No, I do remember that I liked the idea that he was a development. I do remember this very specifically,
Yes.
that he was a developmental economist in the area of land and agriculture and so forth. And that he managed big companies, not big companies, big parastatals. So I remember that part of it, and talking about a bit about the economy and so on. But I mean, you know, that could also have been a lead into the conversation that we actually had.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, Chair. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, no. And is your recollection that that meeting that you had with him took place at some stage after the first advert had gone out and before the closing date in terms of the second advert?
I think it would make sense. I can't
Yes.
tell you that that's my actual answer,
Yes,
but it
yes,
makes sense that it
yes.
could have been like that.
Yes.
It wasn't for the first adverts.
Yes. Okay, all right. Mr. Seleke?
Thank you. Ms. Brown, just to finish off on this, has it surprised you to see the level to which emails were being exchanged between InfoPortal and Ms. Kim Davids?
I'm always very unsure why you want to ask whether the emotional part of the question. But I was very surprised.
Yeah. Okay. I would like to deal with, Chair, if I may.
But I'm sorry, Ms. Brown, well, if what the Funduzi report says is correct in terms of a lot of communications between Ms. Davids and this info portal email address, if the emails that they say were exchanged between the info portal address and Ms. Davids, and the content of at least some of those emails, if that's true, it seems to me that it would be concerning, it should be concerning, at least in regard to some of the emails. Because without going to any specific one, some of the emails seem to involve an outside person quite a lot. So I'm wondering whether that's part of what surprises you, or it's something else.
No, it does surprise me, Chair.
Yes. As you see, I'm saying if all of that is true,
That's part of the dilemma I have, Chair. Part of the dilemma I have, and at one stage when the Funduzi report came out, or not, I never saw it until the Commission gave it to me. The Department of Public Enterprises Minister set up this investigation when he was Finance Minister into the Department of Public Enterprises. So it didn't bother me at all that there was this investigation, and then there were all these questions, and I sat down, and the late Samila Bala was my advocate, and he said to me, do you want help with it? I said, no, I can answer these questions myself. And I said, and in about 20 minutes, I sent him all the answers. And then he said, look, I've got to put it into a particular format and so on. Around the time when I received it from the Commission as a fixed report, I actually wanted to take the matter on review. Now, mostly because it makes so many assumptions based on particular wording or particular email address or a particular this or that. And it kind of also uses the newspaper stuff as ways of getting it. So I must be honest with you. My lawyers then said to me, we will hold back the Commission, because then they still have to rule on that. And I didn't think, I actually didn't think too much about it. I thought, well, the Commissioner will see it, he'll see that it's not even a signed document, and so on, and then they'll make a decision about how. how it will be dealt with. So in some respects, there's a part of me that wish I did take it on review. At other respects, yes, of course, I'm surprised, I'm shocked about some things and so on, if it's true. But that's just the point I wanted to make about the Funduzi report. Because the Funduzi report goes further to say that I gave some land to somebody who, and then I sent a CV of somebody's to UWC. They go further to say all of those kind of things. And I, frankly, did I commit fraud, corruption in it? No. I think it's just to do nothing else but to put, did I give land? Did I give Transnet land to anyone? No, I did not. So I feel like that about it, but I'm in your hands with it, and I'm happy to answer the questions that you're asking. I think it's important to get to the bottom of all these things.
Yes, no, that's fine. As you hear, I said, if it's true, because some of those things the commission needs to look into much more deeper to see what the facts are, and then take it from there. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Seleke.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, I want to deal with a slightly different aspect. The executives that were suspended. Let's look at their position. Mr. Matuna had just been appointed effective 1 October 2015. He was in that position for about 5 months before his suspension on 11 March appointed 2014, I beg your pardon. 1 October 2014, about 11 months into that position, he gets suspended on 11 March 2015.
You didn't say about 11 months into his position.
About 5 months into that position.
Yeah.
I'm looking at my notes, seeing 11 March, Chairperson, sorry. Okay, and so 1 October 2014 to 11 March 2015, he gets suspended. On the day of his suspension, in the morning prior to you joining the board, Ms. Brown, he was busy presenting his turnaround strategy, which he reports to the board that he had shared with the Deputy President beforehand. Why was he
Where are
suspended?
you on? Sorry, Advocate Seleke, I don't know where you are now.
Yes,
We were
I think
just on one thing and now you've moved to something else. Can you send me to the page you're on now?
I think you
Or are we
need
just going to
to
jump around?
you need to tell us whether you are still on the Funduzi report or we can take that away.
Because I would like to go for, Chair, I would like a 2-minute break, just a 2-minute break.
Yes,
quickly.
no. Shall we make it more
I
than
drank too
that?
much water.
Okay, no. Let's make it more than that. Let's make it 10 minutes, and then we'll come back. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. Okay.
thank you.
Let's take an adjournment.
Chair.
We adjourn.
deal with 7. We do have.
Okay, let's continue.
Thank you.
But maybe I should just mention something that I think everybody should know about today in case it hasn't been communicated. My expectation for today is that we should be able to finish with Ms. Brown's evidence before lunch, but at the latest by lunchtime. I thought I must just mention that so that everybody is aware at least of what my estimation is. Mr. Seleke, what's your own estimation?
I have the same idea in mind, Chairperson, that we should be finished before lunchtime.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Let's continue then.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Brown, I did indicate I want to deal with something slightly different. Please then tend to ESCOM Bundle 7. Bundle 7, Chair.
Yes.
Page 512.
Is that on mine as well?
Yes, it is.
What is that? That must be A, yeah? You said there's A and B.
For us is bracket A. For us is bracket A, Chair.
This one can go away, or you will still
That one
come
can
back
go
to
away.
it?
It can be put away.
Okay.
Good day, Ms. Brown.
Good day, Advocate Seleke.
Yeah. Are you there? Are you? This
I am.
Yes.
I'm trying to sit so that I can be in, my family's telling me I'm not sitting in the middle. So. And my hair is not good and so on, they say. Okay, am I right now?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I don't see anything wrong with your hair.
But you don't have hair, so you don't know the problems we have with hair. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Seleke.
I would like us to look at the individual positions of the executives prior to them or at a time that they are suspended. You will see from paragraph 15, paragraph 15 on page 512. This is the affidavit of Mr. Denmark. He writes about himself. He explains that he became appointed in the position of DG Group Capital and the Bill Program with effect from 1 November 2014. I'll start with him.
And the build program.
Yes. And he goes on to talk about what he was able to achieve after being appointed permanently on this position. I see you smiling, Ms. Brown. He writes in paragraph 16, he says, within a period of a month. Well, let me read his paragraph 15. I would remind you that I was appointed to the role of Group Executive, Group Capital, from 1 November 2014, after holding the acting position for a period of a year. I was asked to act in that position after the departure of the then responsible executive, Paul O'Flaherty, in August 2013, which followed the announcement that the target date of December 2013 for bringing the first unit of Medupi Power Station online was not going to be met due to slow project execution. Within a period of a month, I reverted to the board committee that oversees mega projects and clearly articulated 3 areas that needed to be resolved. Please go to the next page, page 513. He will talk about the solutions that he has introduced and put in place certain measures in paragraph 18, 19, 20, and 21. And then in paragraph 22, he says, all of the above elements were identified as crucial by a number of independent reviews conducted by external parties, which reviews were done on behalf of the board. During my tenure as Group Capital Executive, I created meaningful and tangible progress in the execution of various projects, which saw in particular the delivery of the first unit of Medupi, achieved 1 week prior to my suspension. And that...
Can I ask you, Advocate, are you saying that Medupi, I'm just trying to find it, that Medupi Unit 1 came online in his period, or are you saying that it came online after his period?
In his period. He said he brought it online 1 week prior to his suspension.
Okay, so that he brought it online on the 7th.
Well, 1 week, he doesn't give a date prior to his suspension. But this was reported or recorded in the minutes of 11 March 2015, just before you arrived. And the board says the minister would like to be invited to such events such as this, because it was an important event. And on that day, a decision was made to have him suspended. And he had been there, permanently appointed, for about 4 months. Did you know that, Ms. Brown?
Well, the only thing I do know, sir, is that I went to what's called the synchronization of Medupi Unit 1 about, I think it was in 2016. And synchronization doesn't mean that you get megawatts out of it yet. Synchronization only means that you're starting to pump it up so that in about 6 months' time, it will become a fully functioning unit. And I'm doing something that I think is quite academic, because in essence, I did not make the decision to suspend 4 executives. I attended what I called an informal meeting, and I told them what my problems were. And let me tell you, sir, that Medupi and Kusile, the start of their build program was 2007, with cost overruns that is now creeping up to 100 billion rand. Nothing to do with Mr. Dan Morkani, but we were running behind time. Eskom was spending fortunes on it. So they had both cost overruns as well as build overruns. So nothing was coming online. So we didn't have 4,800 megawatts to add to, I can't remember the words anymore, but to add to Eskom's disposable electricity. I don't know. That was my problem. My problem was the fact that the build program was way too late. It was costing way too much. It was over 100 billion rand already, and since 2009, it is still not where it's supposed to be. It's not even being synchronized yet.
Yes.
And I'm saying that it's an academic comment that I'm making to you, but that area was an area that it didn't matter who the person was. The area was an area that I felt could have curtailed our load shedding if only we had that plant online already.
Yes, the statement you've made is the very point of my question to you, because he makes the statement in the next paragraph, that the problems that you are highlighting and referring to had nothing to do with him. Paragraph 23, he says, "It is for inter alia the above reasons that I am of the opinion that I will add valuable insight in assisting the inquiry to establish and identify where Eskom is with regard to various project delays and cost overruns. After all, I was specifically engaged to resolve these problems, which were pre-existing and predated my appointment and were obviously not of my making." And that's exactly the point you're making, that the problems had nothing to do with him. He's been there for about 4 months. And the question is, why is he targeted for suspension?
But I've told you before, Advocate Seleke, I wanted the inquiry because that's exactly the question that I wanted answered. I mean, the build program question. That's why I supported the inquiry. Whether the executives remained for 3 months or not, remember it was a 3-month step aside. It wasn't a step aside, it wasn't a firing of them. It was a 3-month stepping aside. So, yeah, I leave it there.
Yeah.
I'm very long-winded. I also want to go at lunchtime.
Yes, I think you get the point that whether it's 3 months or 2 months, or in this case, ultimately they got rid of them. A man who's been in the position for about 4 months, and he says, these problems predate me. I didn't cause them. I'm trying to resolve.
Yes, but Advocate Seleke, and I don't want to be argumentative now.
Hang on.
You said they got rid of him.
Hang on. Let him finish what he's putting to you first.
Now, I'm not saying you are trying to get rid of him. I'm saying whether he's suspended for 3 months or 2 months or 1 month, and we know in this case, they ultimately got rid of him. The point he's making was that I have nothing to do with the problems you've highlighted. You have in fact appointed me just for the past 4 months, and I have been able to bring the Medupi unit online. Why are you targeting me for suspension? That's the point I was raising with you, but you have answered it. If you want, can I go to Mr.
Well,
Matum?
let her answer now because
Okay.
I didn't, I stopped her. Yeah, answer now, Ms. Brown.
Very shortly, Chair. I think your use of the words ultimately, and you're not saying I did, you're saying ultimately they got rid of him. Now, I'm not sure what the process is between the board and the suspended executives. Remember, I wrote that letter to them because I didn't know what the process was. So in a way, you're asking me a question that I think it's a bit of an unfair question. But I'm answering your questions, Advocate Seleke.
Okay. Mr. Matuna, he's appointed on the 1st of October 2014. He comes from your department. He goes to ESCOM. He's there about 5 months. The same fate befalls him as Mr. Marukan. The question is, why?
The answer to your question is, it was a 3-month suspension. It was not firing him. I think Mr. Matona went to the Labour Court, and then the Labour Court sent him to the CCMA, and I can't remember the detail, but eventually he also took the option of getting out.
But you know,
My issue remains, whether you raise any of the other people's names, my issue remains. By December 2015, I actually read this morning in the early hours that we didn't even have diesel to keep the lights on. There was panic in government. So you are saying that all of them were doing their jobs, and actually they were all putting in place the processes that were going to give us less load shedding. If you look at the speech that I made in the House, I made the same speech that the now acting CE, or I think is the CE of ESCOM made, that we'll have load shedding for 5 years. People were suing me because I said they were going to have load shedding for 5 years. We didn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. And for some reason, I think the Commission is not understanding that. The Commission is not understanding that, you know, people were, and they rightly so. I didn't go out because people were saying we bought generators because you said we're going to have load shedding for the next 5 years. Where did I get that information from? From ESCOM executives. So I didn't see a way clear. I didn't see a way clear I didn't want them to go. I just wanted an unadulterated inquiry, and at the end of that inquiry, we will know what we should do. Because even though Mr. Matona makes the point to all of you, to the commission, he makes the point to the Labour Court, he makes the point everywhere, that he had a plan. The only thing I know is that the answer to his plan was that we should get the 23 billion rand from National Treasury. And that was going to take a long time still. There was opposition in government to giving Eskom or bailing Eskom out. There was opposition in the public sphere to giving Eskom or bailing Eskom out. And who was the face of that Eskom? Me. So I had to find a solution. And I found that nobody had a plan. The war room was going to do a technical investigation. Nobody's going to fix load shedding. Nobody's going to fix the fact that Eskom can't pay its workers. That's what I wanted to have fixed. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying about Mr. Dan Murakani, and when I have a bit more time, or when I have, when all of this is done, I will read through all of it. Yes. But there could have been a plan. I only went to launch the synchronization, and it takes 6 months after Medupi is, Unit 1 is synchronized before it actually comes online. And then it doesn't come online with a large amount of megawatts. It comes online slowly. These are huge plants. I've never seen such huge plants in my life, but they come online slowly. So it's still not going to help us with load shedding. And all of those executives were there for all the period of load shedding. Yeah. I didn't mind either way, whether the board, the executives remained or whether they went. I said this yesterday as well. I wanted to know what we were going to do. What must happen for us to get out of this position?
Okay. Ms. Molefe, as you say, the same thing will apply to her. And you have read her supplementary affidavit where she also deals with historic financial issues and what caused these financial issues. But over and above that, the board, as the chairperson had indicated to you, was in fact, or some of the board members were in fact not in favor of having her suspended. Do you have any comment on that before I move on?
No, I've said everything I wanted to say about the executives.
Yeah. The removal of Mr. Tsotsi. But before I do that, let me tell you what Mr. Molefe believes, Ms. Molefe believes. She was appointed in January 2014 as the FD, the CFO of Eskom. She was 14 months into the job when she got suspended. In that year, 2014, around April, she was told that the corporate plan, funding plan she was presenting to the board was not robust enough. And Mr. Colin Machila said, I will get somebody to help Eskom. And lo and behold, that person was Mr. Salim Essa. And Mr. Salim Essa said, I will give you regiments to do the job for you. Regiments teams up with McKinsey when they were asked whether they when regiments was asked whether they have the capacity to provide the job. They were asked to provide a proposal within 5 days, as per their undertaking. They did not do so. They gave a proposed agreement after 14 days. She refused to sign that agreement. And she went into loggerheads with Mr. Machila. To some extent, the board defended her. But regiments were still appointed, but only to do a high-level desktop exercise. She thinks, because of her refusal to sign that agreement for regiments, she must have been targeted by Mr. Seleke and ultimately removed from her position.
I wasn't there in April 2014, so I don't know. And I mean, you know, I feel lots of things. It doesn't mean it's true. I think it must all be tested. I really think all of this must be tested, because I wasn't there in April 2014. I actually only came in May 2014. In fact, at the end of May, the 26th of May 2014.
Now,
So I don't know about it. You know, I also feel people are attacking me and doing things to me and so on. But I have to test it. I've got to report it to the police. I've got to report it somewhere. I've got to tell people this is happening. I have to have it investigated. If I have money, I must take it to court. We all have to test this. I don't know. Yes. I'm really sorry. I can't answer, because regiments is the front runner to trillion. And I got very badly burnt by that one when I was supposed to have inadvertently lied to Parliament. So I don't know. I wasn't there.
Yeah. Yes, no, I appreciate in April 2014 you weren't there, but her reprisal, apparent reprisal, is experienced in March 2011 and thereafter. And what we see, can I take it further? She gets ultimately replaced by Mr. Anuj Singh. And on his watch, regiments get a contract at Eskom. And ultimately Trillion. They get to be engaged at Eskom and paid huge amounts of money. But under Mr. Anuj Singh, the watch of Mr. Anuj Singh.
I don't have a view on
No
it.
comment on it.
I think it's something that must be tested.
Then I can, but what we see again is that one person who seems to permeate whatever is happening there, Mr. Seleke. Because you will recall also about the meeting on the 10th of March 2015 that he said the executives will be suspended in the manner that it turned out to be. But we've done that. I'm just painting this picture to you so that you can see what apparently it's an external influence bringing its muscles to bear on Eskom. Then Mr. Tsotsi's removal, if I may move there. Now, Mr. Tsotsi talks about a meeting he had with you, or you called him to a meeting just before the SONA in 2014. Remember where you tell him about him interfering with management?
Yes, I do remember.
Yes, and that if he doesn't stop, you will get somebody else to do his job. I see you smiling.
I smile because I think it's absolute nonsense. Chair, I'm smiling I'm trying to get it on my, because I have been writing on my page, because I'm absolutely astounded that Mr. Tsotsi, over such a long period of time, actually, without a recorder, without taking a recording of my words, and he puts it in inverted commas, as in the exact words that I use. I've told you that didn't have an easy relationship. I don't think I had easy relationships with a lot of people.
Yeah.
I'm very forthright, and and it's not always very easy to accept.
But may I ask you this? Are you,
Do you want to let her see if she gets the page she's looking for?
Oh.
I think she is looking for a page where she made comments that are relevant to her answer to your question.
okay, sure.
I have a page here, and I see that Mr. Tsotsi says that I tell him that we're going to part ways, and that he must do his job, otherwise I will replace him with somebody else. In inverted commas, absolute direct words that he says I said. I absolutely deny that.
So
I don't think anyone should be threatened verbally with their job. I think that is a process that has to happen. If there's any relationship breakdown between the person in charge and the person who accounts to them, there should be. So I absolutely deny that. The issue about that weekend, it was the day before Sona.
Yeah.
The issue there is that I ticked him off for interfering in an operational matter. Now, I don't care who wrote the letter. The letter does not belong in the non-executive committee's division, and the chair for that matter. And I make a mistake in my, because it was a very vague issue for me, but it was Mr. Matona, and that's why I took it up with him, because I took it up with him because the CE came to me and told me, look at this letter. This is the letter Mr. Tsotsi has written, and many of these things happen all the time. I think the South African public should be grateful that I don't want the non-executive directors to be interfering in operational matter, especially procurement. And of course, there are lots of explanations as to why he did it. But the point is that must not happen. You don't procure as in your personal capacity in that way.
Yeah. Ms. Brown.
So that was the fight. That was the argument I had with him.
Yes. Ms.
So
Brown.
I'm sorry, Mr. Seleke. Yeah. So is the position that you admit that on that day, a meeting did take place which involved you and Mr. Tsotsi. What you do not accept is what he says you said to him in terms of effectively threatening to get rid of him if he was not doing his job. You say the discussion was about something else, namely, you were saying to him he should stop interfering in operational matters. Is that correct?
I called him to that meeting, Chair, because just before before I called him, I knew they were all up in Cape Town because it was summer. So I called him after Mr. Matona brought me the letter from, and I know one thing for sure, that it was a Japanese company. 102, it's not buying oil or fuel, it was parts. I mean, that's an incorrect issue there. And then that Mr. Matona said that was the specific issue that he raised with me. And I raised it, but I think this thing with Mr. Tutsi and I came a little bit early already, because the directors of the state-owned companies are not, and the chairs are not executive chairs. So they are not allowed excess or excessive use of resources. So you might have a secretary.
Yes, but my question is whether I'm correct in understanding that you say the meeting did take place involving you and him, and it took place on the day that he says it did. The difference is that you say the meeting was to discuss his alleged interference in operational matters. He says you said to him you would find somebody else if he didn't do his job or something to that effect. That's the only difference between the two of you about what happened in that meeting. Is that correct?
The other difference is that you can't put mine in inverted commas, because mine's not verbatim. His is verbatim.
Yes, okay.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Seleke?
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, isn't it, with respect to you, ironic that the minister at the time also engaged in operational matters at ESCOM?
In which operational matters?
The one of the 11th of March with the board, discussions about the stepping aside of the executives and an inquiry to be conducted.
Yes, but I said to the board, nobody has given you a verbatim report from all the board members that says that I did not. I said I'm not allowed to instruct you to do anything, but I would like the inquiry to happen. They could have said, no, I don't want to do it. I did not get involved in procurement matters. Very different.
Yes. Now, if we forget...
I assert it's a very, very different matter. If I said, go and give the building of Medupi Unit 6 to the Jackson Fives, that would be a direct operational interference. I was trying to get the company out of its mess.
Yes. Well, of course, Ms. Brown, it may well be that the situation was lots of people were interfering in matters in which they should not be interfering. They might not all have been procurement matters. If the evidence of the board members who gave evidence is true, you didn't want on the 11th of March to say, I'm instructing you to suspend the executives, but they say it was quite clear that that's what you wanted. And of course, if the evidence by Mr. Tsotsi and the acting DG of the time is correct, the former president was interfering in when the ESCOM board should have a meeting and when it should not have a meeting. And then it may well be that Mr. Tsotsi was also getting involved in procurement matters. So I'm just mentioning that. I'm not saying that to the extent that he may have got involved in procurement matters when he shouldn't have. I'm not saying that you should not have raised the issue. I'm just saying it may well be that that's ultimately the position that may be emerging. And you might be able to say something, or you might not be able to say anything about that.
No, I think, Chair, I've already clarified my position
Yeah.
on the issues.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Seleke.
Thank you, Chair. Because Mr. Tsotsi has also sought to, well, let me not use the word sought, but has also explained to the chairperson how the letter came about. But let's go back. You see, for Mr. Tsotsi, what he's striking about what he says was your conversation with him is that he says on the same day, a few hours later, Mr. Tony Gupta has a meeting with him. And he calls Mr. Tsotsi to his residence in Constantia. And there he tells the chairperson, Mr. Tsotsi, that, Chairman, we are the ones who put you in this position, and we are the ones who can take you out. And he says it was striking to him because it was a few hours after my encounter with the minister who, for all intents and purposes, said the same thing to me, referring to himself.
I couldn't be saying the same things to him. Because remember, what he said, I said, was actually verbatim. In fact, he has it in inverted commas, in quotation marks, because he says that's what I said to him, which was very different to what he says the Guptas told him.
Yes, I suppose that's why he uses the phrase for all intents and purposes.
Well, and I use the phrase for, if you are using my verbatim comments, then somebody else had to use my verbatim comments for it to be, for all intents and purposes, the same. That's my only comment to you. I also don't know. How do I know we went there? And I don't know, Chair. I can't help you with that. I would like to help the Commission where I can.
Yes.
But I can't help on something that is so vague and so, I mean, I think I'm a little younger than Mr. Tsotsi, or maybe we're the same age, but I don't think I would ever remember anything anyone said verbatim 7 years ago.
Well, it depends. I think it depends, Ms. Brown.
I mean, maybe you can share.
No, it depends, Ms. Brown. I'm sure, one, if it's not a long story, if it's a few words that somebody said to somebody or to you on a certain occasion, they could remain embedded in your mind to say, he said something, she said, or he said, you never set your foot in my house again. That could remain in your mind for many years, you know. It just depends, you know. And of course, if you are directly involved and maybe you are being threatened you might be more likely to remember all of that because of what may have been at stake for you than somebody else who may have listened to the same conversation but wasn't directly involved, or the person who uttered the words, because there might not have been much at stake. There might not have been anything at stake for them. It just depends, so all of those things would need to be taken into account. Okay, all right. Mr. Seleke?
Thank you, Chair. Well, Mr. Tsotsi seems to have fallen out of favor with the Guptas, Ms. Brown. He goes on to talk about incidents. I mean, it doesn't pertain to you, but just to give you a picture, that the Guptas, or Tony Gupta wanted him to secure a contract for them at Eskom in respect of the open cycle gas turbine plant. And when it transpired that there was a different company already negotiating with Eskom in respect of an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, he says Mr. Tony Gupta was very upset, and he said to him that you are working with Baba's enemies, referring to Mr. Jacob Zuma. You wouldn't know about that.
No.
Well, Mr. Seleke, you might need to, in terms of time,
Yes, Chair.
focus more on the matters where Ms. Brown is directly involved.
Yes.
Because as far as Mr. Tsosi's removal is concerned, it's the board that by its own admission was pushing for that, and ultimately he resigned. And there is no suggestion, at least as far as I'm aware, that Ms. Brown had any particular hand in the board pushing for Mr. Tsosi's removal. If in the end you want to draw to her attention various fissures of the evidence relating to Eskom from different witnesses which maybe seem to involve the Guptas in one way or another, that could be done later, but also it's the kind of thing where she could be told to go and consider A, B, C, D, those fissures,
Yes.
and then give us her comment by way of supplementary affidavit, because those are the fissures that are there or may be there. But certainly with regard to Mr. Tsotsi, she doesn't appear to have been part of the push for Mr. Tsotsi's removal.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm just mentioning that you
Okay,
might
Richard.
consider that. Yeah.
Yes, I think I could paint a picture
Yeah.
in the end. Ms. Brown, then I would like to move on to the removal of Mr. Baloy. Mr. Baloy seems to have been, as I have mentioned to the board members, a problematic child for them. But they came to you with a matter for his removal. And you called him and Dr. Ngubane to a meeting. You said they could come with the company secretary. And that meeting took place in Cape Town. His impression of the meeting was that he couldn't present everything to you. But he testified here that he walked away from the meeting on the understanding that what he had been accused of, which was to have contact with one of the suspended executives, was not at that stage a rule that prohibited board members to do so. And you express regret that you had not laid down a rule to say board members should not contact the suspended executives. And he walked away understanding that it was your intention to do so, so that in the future, contact doesn't happen. But he was surprised to receive a letter from you that you have accepted the board's recommendation to have him removed as a director. Are you able?
I was very excited to have Mr. Baloy on board, because my officials told me that, because I was always lobbied by the union members to have a union representative, but there are so many unions that, and there's been an experience of having unions on the board. And for some, I'm not going to say it didn't work, but my officials were saying it's not something that we could do. So I was always very excited to have Mr. Baloy on the board, because even though he wasn't representing a union, any specific union, he was a union member, which means that in the same way that I have business people in, I also have union members, union people in. So I didn't listen to Mr. Baloy's testimony at all. But I remembered writing to him that I was removing him in terms of Section 78(2). And that was of the Companies Act, that he may not use his position to obtain information to knowingly cause harm to the company. That's what I remember. I also remember, because I think it's the People in Governance Committee, and I might be, well, let me just stick to what I know absolutely. I wrote him a letter where, and I only have this letter on my own documents, because he didn't write directly to me. He wrote to the staff and threatened them and all sorts of stuff. But I wrote to him, I said, following my decision, I'll send this to the commission as well. I've been receiving electronic email from you on a daily basis, demanding that I reconsider my decision. I am concerned that the content of the electronic mail also appears to be threatening action by yourself. Emphatically, I wish to state that my decision to remove you from ESCOM Board of Directors was exercised within the ambit of my powers in terms of the MOI read together with the Companies Act of 2008, and it is final. And then I skip, and I say you are at liberty to pursue whatever legal avenues open to you. More importantly, I must remind you that you remain bound by the confidentiality required in terms of Section 76(2) of the Companies Act. I had to reiterate, I actually gave Mr. Baloy an opportunity to come and speak to me, and I had my officials present, I had the legal department present, I had Dr. Ben, and I said he's supposed to bring some committee, I can't remember, but I think there were 2 or 3 board members present as well. Mr. Baloy made us wait 3 hours. I cancelled meetings for other people's appointments so that I could see Mr. Baloy, because I thought I should give him an opportunity to redeem himself. And after 3 hours of waiting, he arrives, no apology, and then the officials put the issues to him and he argues about it and they argue and so on. And eventually he says he's taking us all to court. It was very threatening. And I thought maybe it's not a side issue, but I have so much, we have as a company and as officials and we have so much on our plate. I just thought, I used my executive authority to get rid of Mr. Baloy, to just agree with the board and say, yes, that's fine. We will not have Mr. Baloy on the board. Now, it might not have been the right thing to do. And I mean, the chair will adjudicate that, but I feel I gave Mr. Baloy, I spoke with him on the telephone because my officials refused to write letters to Mr. Baloy because Mr. Baloy was just it was so difficult. He wrote every day. That's what I did.
Yeah.
Well,
I
Mr.
can't say
Seleke,
more.
remember to pace yourself appropriately.
Yes.
You still have quite a few matters to deal with.
Yes.
I'm looking at the time.
Yes, Ms. Brown, thank you, Chair. I hope you give me the powers, Chair. Ms. Brown, just two things, because Mr. Baloy, in his revised submission to you, I was going through his file yesterday, his bundle rather. In his revised submission to you after the meeting, he does say, first and foremost, he wanted to apologize for arriving late yesterday, 14 April 2015, at your Cape Town offices. The problem was that I did not receive the change of time from 1300 to 1200. So if you say he didn't apologize, that's really unlike him.
I'm sure.
But number two, I wanted you to comment on, before your decision, on his version, that he understood you to be going to lay down a rule that there should not be contact, as opposed to you accepting the decision to have his membership of the board terminated. That's really where I wanted you to comment.
There is an MOI and there's the Companies Act, and both of it says that you are not to distribute confidential matters that will bring the company into disrepute. And maybe I wanted to add another harsher word in it, but I don't think it's true. And whether he arrived an hour late, he arrived 3 hours late. I cancelled 3 meetings. I don't have a meeting an hour. I don't have 3 meetings in 1 hour.
Okay. But
so it's his view against my view. I have a different view on it. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't understand why it says I have to have anything new that I add in. I already have the Companies Act, I have the MOI. It talks to matters of confidentiality. It says that even after you are a board member, you have to retain that confidentiality. You can't speak out of a board decision. There's a majority decision that gets taken in the board. That doesn't mean you can go and negotiate other matters
Yeah.
with other people outside, unless it will just be chaos.
Yes. Now, I understand what you're saying, Ms. Brown. What I'm only putting to you is his impression after having met with you, that a rule was going to be laid. That's his impression. Are you saying that impression was incorrect?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think I need another impression other than the Companies Act and the MOI. And I think everybody needs to behave in a congenial way so that the board can function.
Okay. Well, I would like to deal with something else, and I want to trim it to your particular relevance. This has to do with Dentons' investigation. Now, Dentons, which is the inquiry you have said that the board should have, and that inquiry was, as it was decided to be for 3 months. Dentons was appointed on 20 April 2015 to do an investigation. We have seen from the evidence that Dentons' investigation, which was intended to be a deep dive, as you have used those words, was cut short somewhere in June 2015. So they didn't do an investigation for 3 months. And a presentation was made to you on the 9th of July 2015, which was a draft interim report of Dentons. Dentons says on that very day, they received a call from a board member saying the minister wants that draft to be made final. So it would seem that on that evidence, you would have played a role in bringing to an end an investigation which you had wanted it to be a deep dive. According to Dentons' report, they say the investigation lasted only for about 7 weeks. On my calculation, it's actually about 6 weeks, because the first week they spent time having meetings in order to understand the scope of what they required to do. Now, firstly, did you tell the board to ask Dentons to finalize what was a draft report on 9 July 2015?
Why would I even say they must finalize the report?
Now remember, I don't know. I'm only telling you the version.
Yes, I don't know that. I don't know that version either. They had 3 months in which to do the report. They presented to me on the 9th of July. And other than, no, I don't know. I actually don't know, Chair.
Okay. Because Dr. Ngubane writes you a letter, but that's only in August, where he says the board has decided to terminate the investigation because there's nothing unfamiliar from its investigation. And so they question the investigation going forward because of the finances. This investigation, okay, comment on that?
Yes, but Dr. Ngubane in his statement also says that by the time he left, 16 of the 18 areas were covered. I mean, I don't think, you know, Chair, I don't think the investigation would have, and I'm really talking off the top of my head now, I don't think the investigation would have been any different. I think what the investigation did was to narrow down what was supposed to be happening in Eskom, which was not happening for the past couple of years. And I think that's what the investigation did. It actually narrowed it down. Because out of that 9th of July meeting, the board had a responsibility to have oversight over all, I think it was 18 or 20 indicators, I'm not sure. But all those indicators that they set out, the board had to have monthly indicators that they could check against, and a committee, I'm not sure if it's the build committee or what, would check it on a weekly basis. So they had like a dashboard to check what the outcome is. The point is, lots of people say the minister made me do it. I've had lots of people saying, you've got to do this because the minister said so. And where I know who it is, I can take action. Where I don't know who it is, I can't take action.
Well, let me also just say two things about this investigation. Or I might add the third one. And the third one is Dentons itself saying their report was a snapshot of the investigation at the midpoint of the investigation period. And they say about 18 June 2015. And is provided to Eskom on the specific request of Eskom. The findings, views, conclusions, and recommendations set out in this report are accordingly subject to verification and testing, provided to Eskom as a record of the investigation as at the midpoint of the investigation period. And lastly, they say, do not constitute definitive findings, views, conclusions, and recommendations, because they were not able to complete their investigation. But let me give you two more aspects. This investigation, it seems it wasn't budgeted for. One. Number two, it appears to have been used as a disguise to have the executive step out or step aside, and the board pushes for them to have settlement agreements with the board. When the board had said you will come back after 3 months, but what you see in the interim period is the board saying you are not coming back. Your coming back is off the table, some of these executives are told. And then there are these settlement agreements, and they are paid harsh money to go away. And it seems to coincide with this time of the investigation being brought to an end. So once you have, from the board side, the executives settled and went away, paid a huge amount of money, the investigation is brought to an end. That's the picture emerging. I don't know whether you have a comment on that.
No, I don't have a comment on that. I think it's a picture emerging in a head, someone's head. But I don't have you telling me that I approved a report an inquiry, wanted an inquiry even, approved an inquiry. I knew there was no money. I can say that. I knew there was no money. And I said, please find ways to reprioritize. I also know that ISCOM, like all the other state-owned companies, for a bottle of 500 ml water, where we pay 6 Rand or 4 Rand, they would pay 30 Rand or 35 Rand. So I said, go and find ways to get the money. But what you're saying is a view that you hold, or you're coming to a conclusion that that's what it is. I don't think that that is so. I think we actually, the board was actually holding the Dentons indicators accountable, the KPIs accountable to themselves and to the executives. So I don't hold that view, but I'm not, maybe you've read something somewhere else and you've pieced together this whole story. But it's not it's not a dissimilar story to the one I hear in the public domain. I must be very frank with you about that.
Yes,
it's not a dissimilar story.
No, or the commission can only go according to the affidavits that are provided to it. So that's what you see from the affidavits. But here's another aspect relevant to you, Ms. Brown. Even before Dentons is appointed on 20 April 2015, you made an announcement on the 17th of April 2015 for the secondment of Mr. Molefe to ESCOM with immediate effect. And you conveyed in your press conference that even though he's seconded for 3 months, you would actually like him to be there for 12 months. Mr. Matuna is
Did I say that publicly, or did I say that in the press statement?
It's in the media, in your press conference.
Release.
Yeah, no,
Is it in the media release?
No, it's a press conference. There's a video, there's a YouTube.
So I say that.
Yes.
Oh, it must just be my run of mouth. But yes, what are you asking me, advocate?
Yeah. What I'm asking is this. When Mr. Matuna was still on suspension, and you were already entertaining a thought that Mr. Molefe would be there for 12 months, what would have been your reason for that when Mr. Matuna was intended to come back in 3 months?
It might have been, there was a lot of excitement around Mr. Firstly, let me say why I appointed Mr. Molefe on the 7th. I made the press statement on the 17th, because by that time the executives already told me that there's been a negotiation with Mr. Matuna and that it looks like he's hovering on staying or going. So there was nothing clarified. After 3 months, and in the meantime, we had Mr. Koza standing in, and that wasn't going so well. I mean, Mr. Koza can't be expected to do the job of a CE, but he was standing in, and he was doing an excellent job standing in. So I also heard someone say that they didn't know what the meeting was about that they had to go to. But I had a meeting between the two chairs of Transnet and Eskom. And I will take legal opinion to see whether it is possible to move to second for 3 months somebody from one state-owned company to another. It's happened before and it's happened afterwards. Having said that, after 3 months appointment, the board wanted me to appoint Mr. Molefe for 12 months. I said no. Or they wanted the permanency already. I said no. Because he's only been there for 3 months. He's only supposed to be there for 3 months. There's got to be a much better, and the point is the markets applauded, the public applauded, the media applauded. It was the one good thing that I did in many, many years. So, and I think it's in that space that I probably said, oh, I mean, I don't know where, I don't know if I said it in a press statement. I didn't say it in the press statement, but I could have said, oh, maybe he stays for 12 months. But when I was in a formal setting where the board writes to me and asks me to appoint Mr. Molefe for, I can't remember if they wanted to appoint him permanently or not. I think it might be something you should ask the investigators to look at.
It was permanent.
But I do remember that I said, sorry?
It was permanently.
Yes, I said no, he must wait. He might, like every other person, like it shouldn't happen yet. They should give Mr. Molefe 6 months. And 6 months was just off the top of my head, because I was just thinking that, look, give him 6 months, then give him another 3 months, and then let's see how it all works out. Within the 6 months of Mr. Molefe coming in, I can't remember by which month, but by August, the company already turned around in terms of load shedding, in terms of staff morale. I mean, I visited a couple of festival of maintenance gatherings that Mr. Molefe had. It was just everyone at Eskom helping with maintenance on weekends, overnight, during, you know, there was just an incredible energy within the company. So, no, I didn't want to appoint him for 12 months. I said it it was an off-the-cuff comment that I made.
Were you the one?
And
Okay,
I'm only saying it's an off-the-cuff comment that I made because you telling me that I've made that comment. Because it's not a comment that I would naturally, I mean, I do make comments. I do make side comments all the time.
Yes. I will get the video clip for you. But tell me, was it you who came up with Mr. Molefe's name? Was it at your initiative that he was seconded?
That he was seconded to Eskom?
Yes.
No, I didn't actually know Mr. Molefe. I think it was there was an occasion where I went to the presidency and there was a real issue with the fact, with the fact that we were still having load shedding and that the possibility of us going into blackouts, which would kill the economy, and it will take too long a period for the economy to be rebuilt. And there seemed to be a very serious exercise that has been done that I had access to. Now, I'm not sure if it's an intelligence exercise that was done, but that Gauteng was going to go into blackout and that I should act on it. And the one thing I couldn't act on it was with a non-executive director being in charge. And I think in my conversation with the president, and I could have said it, the president could have said it, I don't know. But Mr. Molefi's name came up.
Okay.
Now, I have heard you say to other people that some man called Mr. Herb said that Salim Issa said that Mr.
Yes. They have decided who will be the next boss of ESCOM.
Yes, I've heard that. So why would I then go and appoint Mr. Matona? I'm a new minister. I thought about this a lot. I'm a new minister. I was going to lose my DG. I've never been a minister, a national minister before. I was going to lose my DG. Why would I appoint him if I was only listening to some instructions that some strange people who concoct things outside of ESCOM? Why don't I just appoint him, Mr. Molefi, in the first instance, and not appoint Mr. Matona?
Well,
And keep Mr. Matona in as a DG.
well, Ms. Brown, you could have done that if you didn't listen in the first place, and that's why Mr. Matona had to be removed, and then Mr. Molefe put in. Maybe you didn't listen.
Because I didn't listen in the first place.
Yes.
Well, nobody told me in the first place. So anyway, but that's how it happens. And then, of course, I spoke with the deputy president at the time, the president today, on the telephone. And I remember the conversation because we were throwing a lot of names, lots of other people as well. And then the one person that was the same as the deputy president and the president was Mr. Molefi. And I then went to a function of Transnet, and Mr. Molefi says it, and it jogged my memory. I remember that I used to go to all Transnet's functions, and it jogged my memory, and Mr. Molefi said it, and I thought, oh, that's actually a viable option, a viable position. And I then said, I asked him if he would be willing to be seconded to ESCOM. Chair, if there was anything that I did right in that period of my life, in the public space, I mean, even my family hated me for load shedding. Everybody believed that I was the person who was shedding the load. So that was actually, for all intents and purposes, it was a very positive stance that I took that day. And people were the markets were rejoicing. There was an upsurge in the markets on that day with Mr. Molefi. So that's the only thing I can say.
But remember, there was a downgrade of ESCOM as a result of the suspension of the executives.
Yes, and there was a downgrade of ESCOM just a few months before that as well. So the ISCOM had many downgrades, and many downgrades after that. In fact, I'm not sure. Maybe I shouldn't express myself on it, but I think they still have downgrades.
But this specific one was particularly linked to the decision in regard to the suspensions. And I wonder whether it concerned you.
It did. A downgrade always concerns me because every downgrade means that the bonds that ISCOM sells are it becomes of less and less value. And the companies itself become of less and less value.
Yeah. But you know what
And I don't want to start a conspiracy theory. I don't want to say, and then this one did that and that, but I would say I have a conspiracy theory around it. But I'll maybe write it down, and when the chair's in his last moments of writing the report, you'll see my conspiracy theory.
Ms. Brown, the secondment of Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh says you approached him in June 2015 to be seconded to ESCOM. Is that correct?
No, I don't think Mr. Singh's right with that. I think I got a board meeting, a board memo, because I knew of Mr. Molefe. I didn't know Mr. Singh really, but the board sent me, and I'm almost absolutely certain of this. The board sent me a letter requesting Mr. Singh to be seconded and giving it to my DDG of Energy and the DDG of Transport, and them coming back with a memo saying that it would be a right kind of decision to make. But I approved that decision, but I didn't say, Mr. Singh, please come and help us. I went to speak to Mr. Molefe and said, he must come and help. So I'm not sure Mr. Singh or who said that, but I mean, that's not, I might have spoken with him and said, something about finances and so on. But I don't think, I didn't actually ask him to come over.
Well, let me then just conclude by showing you this, and I'm sure to some extent you would have been watching the evidence before the commission. And once Mr. Molefe and Mr. Anoj Singh come to ESCOM, we see, as I think I said this on the first day, the way they deal with the transactions pertaining to the Guptas, and that is specifically Tegeta, on the one hand, and on the other hand, the way they deal with transactions pertaining to Regiment and later Trillion, which is owned by Mr. Salim Essa and Dr. Eric Wood. So it would appear from the evidence that ultimately there's two executives who are moved to ESCOM, seconded to ESCOM, ultimately appointed at ESCOM, would have went there with a particular purpose, looking at what they do immediately after they are at ESCOM. The transactions in regard to Tegeta, the terminating the cooperation agreement with Optimum Coal Mine, which was owned by Glencore, and there's a over 30.6 million payment to Trillion when services were rendered by different entity regiments. This would have happened during your time as a minister, and I wonder whether, did you observe these things taking place? Did they come to your attention, and what your view was?
No, it didn't come to my attention because it wasn't a PFMA Section 54 application to me. A lot of it came out in the media a couple of months after the process. But let me put something to you,
Yes.
Advocate Seleke, Chair. You see, I understood that Glencore sold Optimum Mine to the Guptas. And that was a direct sale of land, of a company. In my mind, Glencore was pushing for a higher amount. Now, I don't care about the amount of coal anyway. I care that when you increase Glencore's coal price, who pays for that increase? Even though Eskom pays for it through NERSA, the general public pays the higher cost of coal. That's my layperson's understanding of it. So Tegeta charges at the beginning 150 Rand per ton of coal. Or 100 Rand, I can't remember what they charged, but they were under 200 Rand per ton of coal. So I see it in the newspaper, and look, in this country of factions and connecting dots and all of that, other people connect dots differently. Some people connect dots in one way, other people connect dots in another way. So I was very happy that the price that will be passed through to our people, to people in our the citizens of South Africa, South Africa, will be lower than what it would have been if it was increasing to 540 Rand per ton. So that's on the one hand. On the other hand, I also hold the view that if there's any wrongdoing, and after almost negotiating with the SIU for 6 to 7 months, because the issue of procurement in Eskom is a very complex matter. And so is the issue of procurement in Transnet and Denel. And I will always be struck by the fact that I negotiated with the SIU for almost 7 months because they did not want to include any of the cost-plus mines. They only wanted to deal with these issues that were in the present environment. And I don't know why, but it must be interesting. And maybe it becomes some student's doctoral dissertation one day. Because nobody wants to look at the total picture of coal. I mean, nobody looks at the total picture of coal and the price that it eventually is in our people's pockets. And when I say our people, I mean the whole South Africa, all of us who live here, who make South Africa our home. So I do feel that on the balance of fairness, it might be a little bit more useful. And I am not saying what I am actually, and it might be useful to look at the way business gets done in the organization, in the country. I mean, you know, there are companies that you can't, if you go to an airport, it doesn't matter if you eat at that place or if you go to the bathroom or you wash your hands or you use a cafe in the area, it all belongs to one company. So it might be interesting. I think it's interesting, and I think we're a young democracy, and this phenomena is going to show its head often, and many people will get hurt in the process, but it will show its head. I'm not making it as a threat. I'm just saying. That's what happened. That's how I felt about it. But it's not as simple as you think it is.
Yeah. Which phenomenon are you referring to, Ms. Brown?
I think the phenomena of new entrants to any of the big 4 or 5s, whether it's in the financial sector, whether it's in the coal sector, whether it's in the tourism sector, we have only 4 or 5 big companies.
Okay.
They're all white owned, and they all have all of our, you know, the well-heeled who serve on their directorships, and I think this will happen for a long time.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Chairperson, thank you. I have reached the end, Chairperson, of my questions.
No.
Yeah.
There are obviously aspects that the board says about the minister, which Akut, as the chairperson, had suggested, raise them with the minister to obtain an affidavit on that.
Well, you still have about 28 minutes before it's 1.
Yeah.
It's 1 o'clock if you want to deal with that.
Let me do that.
Let me ask you something, Ms. Brown.
Yes, Chair.
I have understood from other evidence in relation to Transnet that your predecessor in the Ministry of Public Enterprises, Mr. Gigaba, had approved certain guidelines which SOEs under public enterprises, I guess, were supposed to follow in the appointment of CEOs. I take it that when you arrived at the ministry, you became aware of those guidelines.
I don't know who drew up those guidelines, but I used.
Yes.
When I came to the ministry, I was quite new, so
Yes.
I used what was present in the ministry.
Okay.
So it might be those guidelines.
Oh, so I guess what you mean is there were certain guidelines that you became aware of when you came to the ministry, But as to who had
Yes.
established them or had approved them, you might not know about that.
No.
Now, if I recall correctly, if I recall correctly, they contemplated that the board of an SOE should follow a process when they want to appoint a CEO, a process which would involve having other candidates or not having more than one candidate. I can't remember whether they contemplated that there should be an advertisement as such, but I seem to recall that in the end, the board was, in terms of those guidelines, required to give to the minister 3 names. Maybe it said at least 3 names, I'm not sure, but 3 names, and they were supposed to then give, to identify their preferred candidates. Does that accord with your recollection of what the guidelines you used provided?
That does. That does.
Yes.
I do recall that now.
Yes. Now, were those guidelines followed in the case of the permanent appointment of Mr. Molefe as Group CEO of ESCOM?
I must be very honest, I haven't looked at it specifically to that, but if my memory serves me, then that did not happen. But yes, it didn't happen because I can't remember I can't remember, Chair, let me say that.
Yeah.
Because you see, I come in at the part where they write the 3 names in their first preference, their second preference, and their third preference. So the board will write the 3 names. Now, I don't remember seeing a letter like that to me. I do remember the board writing to say that they would like to appoint Mr. Molefe and Mr. Singh, and I approved that, took it to the ANC Deployment Committee, and they approved it, and I took it to the Cabinet Committee, and they approved it. I mean, sorry, not Cabinet Committee, I took it to Cabinet, and they approved it.
Yes.
So I'm saying to you that I don't remember having 3 names.
Yes.
I remember having only 1 name.
Yes.
But I mean, I could be proved wrong.
No, that's fine. And after today, if you get a chance to refresh your memory and wish to supplement your answer, arrangements can be made for you to do that. But let me tell you that Dr. Ngubane, I think, was asked about this, if I'm not mistaken, and his answer was to confirm that no process was followed that involved other candidates. And when he was asked why, and I think there might have been no reference to those guidelines when he was questioned, but he may have been asked in general terms. When he was asked why, his answer was, we had got our candidate. And I think he may have gone on to praise Mr. Molefe, how good he was, and so on and so on, and said the board's attitude was, we've got our candidate, and so to speak, why should we be be looking for other people. We've got the right person that we are looking for in terms of somebody who we believe can do the job. Those are not necessarily his verbatim words, as you were saying about Mr. Tsotsi, but that was the effect or the gist of what he told the commission, as I recall it. Would you remember why that the guidelines would not have been followed, if in fact they were not followed?
I don't know. I don't remember, Chair. In fact, I'm trying to think about it while I'm sitting here while you're asking me the questions, because I'm trying to think of a plausible response to you. Look, the guidelines for both executives and even boards and committees and all of that, then there are only a few departments that actually abide by any conventional way of dealing with this matter. And I think DPE is one such department. So you can't take people out of your back pocket to be on the board. And you can't take people, get one person, because they are, even though the law, the Companies Act and the MOI and all of that, they all give you the right to do so. There are conventions that have been developed within DPE, how those processes will happen. So maybe in another department, this is how it happens. But in ISCOM generally, it happened. I will try to check the recesses of my brain again, but I have a sense that you're right, there was only one candidate.
Well, I don't know whether what you think of the reason that Dr. Ngubane gave, whether you would have regarded it as a good reason not to follow the guidelines. Are you able to say anything on that, or?
Look, Chair, we were all in. You must remember we've come through a very dark period of, well, literally and figuratively dark period. So Mr. Molefe overwhelmed all of us. I mean, I still feel that in terms of what he did in the company in those first few months was actually remarkable. There are 42,000 people who work for ISCOM. And for the first time, they've seen their CEO within a few weeks. And then he got them all, like rugby scrummed up to be part of this festival of maintenance. And then he got them all, so I think we were probably all swept up by Mr. Molefe's ability by August to have load shedding under control. I mean, so I was just fascinated. In the control room, there was this thing called, I don't know, thesaurus or Tetris. And he said to me, I'm using Tetris to solve our crisis. And Tetris is a computer game. And he had these young engineers dealing with this. And we would know in the control room by when immediately when something happens with a transformer or a power station or whatever. So we were all very swept up by Mr. Molefe. Mr. Molefe really got things going and things working in the company. So I can almost understand why the board didn't have another process.
But, you see, I have some difficulty with the reason given by the board, and I do have difficulty with what you say too, because I would think that the fact that there is a particular candidate that fascinates those who have to recommend or appoint can be a good reason not to follow a process, and can be a good reason to exclude other possible candidates. What would you say to that?
I agree with you, Chair, because, I mean, I even think, how come my legal and governance unit didn't stop us? I mean, I take the blame. I'm the executive authority. I'm not saying somebody else had to stop us. But how come the process people didn't stop? Not the board's not, they're not politicians. I'm a politician. Or I was. But the board doesn't stop. But at least why you know, they didn't stop us. But I think it's because it's not illegal or unlawful, and I'm using it very, very widely. I think it's not illegal or unlawful. But Chair, I think it's something one must think about. I must think about.
Yeah.
And if I think more about it, I will, because it's a fascinating question.
Yeah. You see, I may have said this to Dr. Ngubane, but I might not have said it. If you think you have got a good candidate, the fact that there might be, you might go through a process where there are other candidates shouldn't make you feel at risk that you might lose this candidate, particularly in the context of what we are talking about, because Mr. Molefe was there at ESCOM. His acting stint could be extended while the process was being followed. There would be nothing wrong with that, I would imagine. And then he would compete with whoever else. And if he was that good, he would still come tops, you know. So there should have been no ground to fear that, oh, we might lose this wonderful candidate if we follow the process, you know. But the beauty of following the process is that, one, you would have followed the department's own guidelines. Two, from the point of view of perceptions, you know, he would have been appointed after a competitive process. When he is not appointed after a competitive process, when he is appointed in breach of the department's own guidelines, and you then have Mr. Hank Bester saying he was told by Mr. Salim Essa the previous year that they had decided, whoever they were, that the next boss of ESCOM would be Mr. Molefe. And then he is approached, he is seconded, and then he is appointed in breach of the department's own guidelines. It does, certainly in the public, in terms of public perception, raise some questions to say how the department has got its own guidelines, which it must have had a good reason to say they must be used. Here they were not used. And of course the board says we had such a good candidate. And maybe some people would say, well, a good candidate is a good reason to not to follow processes, but others would say, no, still follow process, because process is very important. You
Chair, what if
understand?
what if I say I suspended all informal protocols? I don't know if I did so. I don't think I said this. I'm just saying it. What if I said I suspend in the memo, I suspend informal protocols that govern the processes of the appointments and only stick with I mean, I don't want to use the word lawfully or legally
Yeah.
with so many lawyers around and attorneys around. But I mean, you know what I'm saying? What if I suspend the informal convention or the convention?
I think what you want to say is, maybe the point you want to make is, well, guidelines are guidelines. The Companies Act is law and whatever else. And
Yes.
you are thinking, well, what if I followed the Companies Act and the MOI, but I didn't follow the guidelines? Is it a big deal? Is that what you want to say? I'm not
think
sure
you're
if you
right,
want to
Chair.
say
That's
that.
what I want to say, but that's not what I've done. I hope I haven't done. No, I don't think I've done that.
Yeah. No, I think you need to have a look to
Yes.
refresh your memory of what happened, because it is an important issue, certainly from my point of view. But also, and this might not have anything to do with you, maybe, because maybe it is the board which made the decision, as opposed to you making the decision in regard to the group CEO, namely with Mr. Singh. My understanding is that he was also appointed without following any competitive process. Are you able to say anything on that?
I hear what you're saying, Chair. And I think you're right. You're right in asking the questions that you're asking, because I mean, the argument is not going to be, the argument that anyone will oppose you with is not an argument that, if it's true that it's happened that way, it can't be an argument that is outside of the process. And that's the only argument I have. And the argument I have is outside of the process. It's not inside the process that you have just outlined.
Yeah. Mr. Seleke, is my recollection correct about Mr. Singh's appointment to ESCOM?
Yeah,
That
Mr.
there
Singh,
was no competitive process either with you?
no.
Yeah.
Mr. Singh says the minister approached him
Yeah.
and asked him whether will he be seconded. Well, but you're talking, Chairperson, about
Permanent
the permanent
appointment.
appointment.
It's the
there wasn't.
permanent,
Yeah,
No process there
there
too.
was no process.
Yeah.
But I wanted to say, Chairperson, the MOI, over and above the guidelines, actually requires a short list to be made
Yes.
to the minister.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Do you want to just mention
Yes.
that so the minister can hear?
So that's under clause 13.3 of the MOI. 13.3.1 says the board shall identify, nominate, and evaluate potential candidates for appointment as the CE in accordance with the guidelines. Then 13.3.2 says the shareholder shall appoint the CE from the short list of candidates provided by the board in accordance with the guidelines.
I guess to the extent that Mr. Seleke may have got the right clause of the MOI, I guess that if the appointment was in breach of the MOI, that would be unlawful, Ms. Brown, would it not?
But there's a part that's why I need to read the MOI.
Yeah, yeah.
And not commit myself at this stage.
No, that's fine, that's fine.
But the issue, there's a part that's missing there.
Yeah,
And that's the part that says that, and I listened just briefly. And that's the part that says that the only employers of DGs or HODs are not, they are actually employed. Their employment is approved or rejected by Cabinet. So there's also that part that's missing.
no, that's fine. So I think that the arrangement, therefore, is that you will refresh your memory on the issue of processes that may or may not have been followed, or the process that may or may not have been followed in regard to the permanent appointment of Mr. Molefe to ESCOM, and what reasons there existed, if any, why no process was followed, and saying no process in the context of either the guidelines or, if Mr. Seleke is right, whatever the MOI contemplates as well. And maybe we could then have an affidavit which deals with that from you. Maybe we could, if there is a chance that we could have that affidavit before the Easter weekend, that would be appreciated. If there are challenges, then maybe within the first week, within the week of Easter Monday, so that we could have a look and take it from there. Okay, Mr. Seleke.
Chair, yeah. Shall I?
Oh,
If I have anything to add, I can add to your list.
yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, you want to do that?
No.
No, he's not threatening to ask you questions. He's not threatening to ask you questions. He's threatening to give you more homework.
Yes.
Well, or you could send something to her lawyers,
Yes.
which highlights various features.
Yes. Just 2
And
points.
I think maybe I could say this, Ms. Brown. Part of what I have to look at is if some of the things that I've been told happened, which connected or involved the Guptas or their associates, if indeed they did happen, what do I make of what was happening at ESCOM during your tenure, you know? And in this regard, there are a number of things. You don't have to note them down now, but I just mentioned. You have Mr. Hank Bester's evidence that in 2014, he was told by Mr. Salim Essa that Mr. Molefe was going to be the next boss of ESCOM. He was meeting with Mr. Salim Essa about something else at Transnet. And Mr. Salim Essa, according to Mr. Hank Bester, was trying to push Mr. Hank Bester to include his company into a certain business that they had got at ESCOM. And Mr. Hank Bester was resisting this, and Mr. Essa sought to show Mr. Bester that, they are very powerful. They had already made a decision that the next boss of ESCOM would be Mr. Brian Molefe. At that time, Mr. Brandlefe was Group CEO of Transnet. And so there is that. And then Mr. Matona gets appointed in October as Group CEO, but within a few months of him, he gets suspended, he gets out. Mr. Brian Mlefe happens to be the person who is brought in, who is seconded, and then later he gets appointed permanently. And maybe, depending on what you will come back with in your supplementary affidavit, maybe he gets appointed even in breach of the department's own guidelines as to how CEOs should be appointed. Then Mr. Singh follows him from Transnet, follows him to ESCOM. Maybe he too gets appointed permanently as CFO without the following of any competitive process. And then if Ms. Daniel's evidence is true, and if Mr. Abraham Masango's evidence is true, or no, let me first say, then on the 8th of March 2015, a meeting takes place in Durban at which, according to Mr. Tsotsi and Mr. Linnell, the president takes part, where the idea of the suspension of 3 executives of ESCOM is discussed. And then if Mr. Abraham Masango's evidence is true, and if Ms. Daniel's evidence is true, on the 10th of March, before board members other than Mr. Tsotsi get to know that there is a suggestion that certain executives be suspended, then on that day, Mr. Salim Essa meets with Ms. Daniels and with Mr. Koko, and meets with Mr. Masango, and they get told in separate meetings that 4 executives would be suspended. Now, at the Durban meeting, it was 3 executives, not 4, and now there are 4, and then, one of them is told, either Masango or Daniels, I can't remember, gets told that these 4 would be suspended. They include Mr. Koko, but Mr. Koko will come back after the suspension. The others won't come back, I think. And ultimately, that is what happens. But on the 11th, the meeting takes place. You come to address the meeting. You have 4 areas that you are concerned with. And on the evidence that has been given, you speak on the basis that though the executives who head those 4 areas should be suspended, but you say, I can't instruct you, the board, what to do. And then they get suspended. And then, of course, in due course, they get paid out. The board says, well, we had no problems with them coming back, but they paid out to leave. All of these things, and then you have, on the evidence that has been given, if it's true, you have the president giving instructions that a board meeting, which was quite important, to deal with, I think, the corporate plan or whatever, gets cancelled, and nobody is told what the reasons were. The minister responsible seems to have also not been told about that. So you have a lot of things that happen, and part of my job will be to try and make sense of all of this. But as I say, it all depends on what is found to have actually happened, what is true, what are the facts. But some of these, if they are found to have happened, would require me to try and make sense of exactly what was going on. And of course, Mr. Tsotsi gets the board says they have no confidence in him. He says he had not cooperated with the Guptas, and now he was being pushed out. He resigns. So I'm just mentioning these things for what it's worth, but you can obviously only say what you know.
Chair, can I ask a question though?
Yes, yes,
And it's not to go against what you're saying.
yes.
I just have, you know, there are some difficulties I have with so-and-so saying this and so-and-so saying that. And so, I mean, when Mr. Henk Bester says, so Salim Issa says that he will be the CEO, so will he never be a CEO for the rest of his life because Mr. Issa says he'll be a CEO. I just don't understand what I will deal with the issue of Brian Molefe and his appointment. I think we will look into that. I haven't spoken to my legal people.
Yeah.
We look into that because that's something that's something concrete that we can
That you can deal with, yeah.
And I wanted to, I don't know if I'm ever coming back here again, but I want to say just one thing, if you don't mind, Chair. It's got nothing to do with implicating anybody.
Yeah. Yes.
A couple of months ago, there was a Saturday morning, a lady on SA Express said that she was supposed to give me 10 million rand. And I don't think you probably remember it.
No, I remember it
she got
because...
the contract and she...
Okay, no, I just want to say, I remember it because I think I saw it in your affidavit recently, in one of your affidavits. But I do recall that some witness had said something along those lines about you in regard to a different work stream. Yeah.
Oh. So might that still come up, or can I say it?
Well, let me say first, it's not the last time that you have to give evidence because certainly in regard to Denel, we still would like you to deal with Denel issues. With regard to that particular work stream, I think if you would like to say something, do say it, because it may be that there might not be another chance. But if you say, look, apart from what you say now, you would like to deal with it more comprehensively, let the commission know.
Okay. So I just want to say that that is an absolute untruth. It's never happened. I've never asked for any 10 million rand and never ever received 10 million rand from anybody for anything, including the lady in question. And I don't think she is to blame for it. I think somebody else told her that he was supposed to give me 10 million rand.
Yeah.
This might just stop the people from trying to borrow money from me. I don't have 10 million rand.
Yeah, no, I think she said it was Mr. Van Veek who had said that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, that's all right. We are going to adjourn Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. I think arrangements for further assistance from you have been made, but you will come back to deal with matters relating to Danielle. Arrangements will be made for that. But thank you very much for availing yourself and for availing yourself on a public holiday once again. And thank you to everybody. We will now adjourn. I can just mention for the benefit of the public that tomorrow I will be hearing evidence relating to SARS. So that will be tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. We adjourn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.